Hello everyone and welcome to Poke Mondays, where we will be playing Pokemon Ruby in just a few moments. For right now we're going to let people know that we're streaming and we'll be right back. Alright, let's see the damage really quick. Okay. Beginning of a new episode, so let's have it go through this opening. Pokemon Ruby version. Continue. Now we do need to do grinding, unfortunately, on this episode, so we can get these up to level 30. All four of my Piana, Testox, Curlia, and Grovyle to level 30. That's going to be pretty much what we do today. Heads up. Hello, couple. Yeah, I'm doing alright. Just another grind stream, so listening to some music, and naturally, you know why I can't play it on stream, because music with Twitch isn't no, so. But yeah, how are you doing? Oh yeah. Good. Ooh, I wanna take it to Bermuda, Bahama, Mama, Largo, Montego. You just made pizza? What kind? Your brother finally went home at the weekend, so the house is nice and quiet, and you made pepperoni. Sounds like good things all around. Enjoy your pizza. Also, I should probably ask, is pepperoni the only topping, or is it, like, standard original pepperoni pizza, or is it pepperoni and something else? Just pepperoni. Okay. Crit. Paralyzed, can't move. Trying to get everyone to level 30 before we try that gem again. And then we should not have to level up for a little while at least. So long as we can beat that Magneton group. Steel is a pain in the butt. So I'll try to... I'd still be EV grinding to min-max stats if I played, which would be boring to watch. And it's something that you're doing, so if you're having a good time, eventually someone else will. Or it's just something that you're doing, and somebody will enjoy it either way. There's enough people in the world that will enjoy anything. So as soon as they find your content, they'll hook in to whatever it is. Yes, I have. Hold on. I'll show it to you after the select track. I got one in Crystal and one in Ruby so far. There we go. Alright. Pokemon. Zigzagoon's got something. Let's see what it is. It's 5. Surely, yeah. Teleport. Pokemon Center. A Pokemon that people run across a lot in the Gen 1 games. Shiny Zubat. then, ironically, the Pokemon that I found shiny of in Crystal was a Gligar, so... To be fair, you have a better chance finding a shiny over the Pokerus. I'll be honest, last time I played through all the series, I stopped at, and this wasn't streaming, I stopped at Diamond and, no, X and Y. Well, okay, I stopped at Diamond and Pearl, I played X and Y, I've played like the first 5 minutes of Sun and Moon, I have not played anything in Unova yet. I haven't played Scarlet or Violet. What's the... So if you manage to get the virus on a Pokemon, make sure to store it, because it can't be passed on after 24 hours. I know. Really cool. Yes, you are. If I remember correctly. Okay. Well, I will tell you right now, I am playing on Steam Deck, so I could get the nice Game Boy Advance look filter. It doubles the EV gain from beating Pokemon. Talking about games, particularly competitive ones are those with RPG elements of Pokemon. EV gain particularly refers to the increase of effort values. Pokemon effort values are hidden stats that increase Pokemon's battle stats. Pokemon gaining these points by defeating other Pokemon in battle using certain items. Their points gained in turn increase Pokemon stats like attack, defense, and speed. Okay. You get two definitive, like, point boosters. For example, it doubles the EV gained by beating Pokemon. For example, 1 EV for Geodude. Okay. So, do I understand that correctly? You may have spent many hours breeding for perfect stats. LOL. Interesting. Okay. Any particular games that you did that in? Tackle. Ivy are the stats Pokemon is born / captured with, which the nature also influences. See, I heard about like the nature and stuff, but like when I was playing this back in the day, Pokemon Ruby, and Gen 3 onwards for breeding, etc. When I was playing this back in the day, I looked at the, like, abilities. I didn't really pay much attention to the nature. I was just like, okay, this is an animal that is, like, timid. Okay, this is an animal that is mild. Okay, I know mild because hot sauce. Okay. Modest. So it's like bashful. And then there would be another bashful one, and I'd be like, I guess they're just it's the same thing. Okay. Adamant. Nature. Modest on Corellia is good. That's okay. Good. I think you probably know why I've got a Corellia on the team. Adamant is good on Mighty Anna. I didn't know what Adamant meant at the time. Modest, boost. Give me a moment. Yeah, it might, honestly, it might boost that. Adamant boost attack. I mean, I did do a smash and pass, and I did say smash to this one, evolved form, so, yeah. Relaxed on Pelipper. And I always thought, kind of without, like, as I said, I think of them as, like, animals. So I'm just like, ooh, a wolf thing. Ooh, a pelican. Ooh. A cat? Okay. Party Zigzagoon. I will not be leveling it up for two reasons. One of those is I like its ability to pick up things. Way too much to level it up and possibly lose that. And we're not at my favorite part of this particular. Just posted in a video game from Discord? Okay. I'm curious here. Is that the word that I think it is with the star K? Because that's why I made that joke. Like, oh, it might boost that. I'm sure in some worlds that gets boosted by people being modest. pretty sure in this one too, but you know, and kind of strange to go about like, you know, stats and stuff, and then all of a sudden, I mean, yeah, I get it. It is curly, but I mean, like, also I'm not going outright and saying it. You also have neutral natures that don't boost stats. I'm going around subject in a way that I don't feel like kids could understand, but yeah, I feel like a certain thing that spelled similar to that would probably get boosted by modest nature. And then there's like the berry machine that I showed off. Which I've never really been too into, I don't think. It has been a while since Ruby came out, so I'm just like, was I back then? I don't know. But what particular games have been in the past that you spent? Well, I'm guessing you were talking about you'd still be EV grinding to min max stats if you played Ruby, Pokemon Ruby. Is that what it was? Any gen from 3 to X/Y. So 1 was red and green and blue. Gen 2 was, and we're not counting the remakes here, I'm going directly based on if I understand the non-remade content. Gen 2 was gold, silver, and crystal. You'd average about 500 hours for each generation. Gen 3 was ruby, sapphire, and emerald. Gen 4 was diamond, pearl, and platinum. Gen 5 was, it would still be on DS, so if I understand that correctly, it would probably have, Gen 5 is black, white, and they should have probably made gray, but you know. Yeah. Then after New York, Unova, they got into the 3DS market, and this is basically based on my memory of things. It was X and Y, and not Z, because they were saving that till later. I know I said not remix, but I mean, that is in my mind because of certain trailers recently. I think that was France after New York, and then they went to Hawaii. And then after Hawaii, it was like Ultra Hawaii, and then is that where they did Scarlet and Violet after that? Or Candy. Teleport. Sword and Shield, right. Okay, yeah, I had a feeling that there was some block there. Sword and Shield was, that was England. So they went to Hawaii, then they went to Ultra Hawaii, and then they went to England, and now they're going to Scarlet and Violet. Which, if this battery on your 2DS hadn't worked, you'd likely have gotten Sun and Moon. I get this is Switch, but probably it's iffy on whether I should ask this here. So I'll ask it this way. Why'd you get a 2DS? No judgment, I'm just curious if it's because of the reason that I think it could be, or if it's... There are two reasons that I think it could be. And those two reasons I will say right now, either A, your age, because the whole warning about like 3DS can damage kids' eyes if they are within a certain age. The first gen 2DS battery wasn't designed to live longer than 2 to 3 years. The second reason would be that for whatever reason your particular eyes had difficulty with the 3D technology. You actually had a 3DS, but when the 2DS was released, you wanted one, and gave the 2DS to your now ex. But EX is part of the card game. I know what you mean, I'm just joking. You would actually play Gen 40 together. I don't know if sorry for your loss or hey, good for you. So. And Slots, you're 37, so your eyes are terrible now. Lol. Okay. You're older than both me and my human counterpart, so there you go. To be fair, you're usually the oldest in your friend groups. Well, hey, with age comes a certain level of respect, so, or at least it should. So, receive the super potion. You have two friends that are actually older. Okay. Your oldest friend is 62. And do they still do they game? Just out of curiosity? Do they play video games? And he's a huge pain in my butt, but I'm glad to know him. Yeah. That's good. Hey, it shows you that people of all age groups can play video games. You met playing a game called Hell Let Loose. I've not heard of it, but good for you. Making more friends. It's a World War II frames per second. First-person shooter. I guess it kind of does both. Said friend actually has books he's written regarding World War II. Friends with an author, congratulations. And he's worked in/for Hollywood for a good few years. You're friends with someone at the very least to the level, usually as a military consultant for costume design. Shoot. Okay. Nice. My human counterpart has gone to conventions where they've watched panels about costume design and set design and such. He worked on NCIS as an example, one of the crime scene investigation shows. Cool.
also in Saving Private Ryan as an extra, which you loved because he was able to wear the full army suit, ended up covered in mud. The Tom Hanks movie. But not the one that he's a cowboy or the one that he's on an island and talks to a volleyball. Which, fun fact, do you wonder why my chap box is a volleyball and the colored text is red? Anyway, I think you might know where I'm going with that. I haven't seen the movie too much myself, but I know about Tom Hanks' friend in the movie. Yep. I do a lot of thinking about like things for the. Well, back in the day, I had a lot of thinking about like different nods to summer things, nods to spring, summer, fall, and winter things. That's cool that your friend writes books and is a consultant for movies, TV shows, and has been an extra. Yeah, it was a surprise when you found out, I can imagine. Back when My Human Self was in, doesn't change the fact that they're a pain in the butt. Nods. Back when My Human Self was in high school, freshman year, they had a classmate who was I think one of their relatives worked on the movie Jurassic Park, and
guys call it? Yeah, Hawaii thing. Those islands, Hawaii. So he thought it was fascinating. My human self thought it was fascinating. But I guess no one else in the class was that interested in it for whatever reason, so the fact that he like asked questions afterwards, he remembers like they were like, why do you care? Why I don't understand. Slots human self. Why do you care about the fact that they're working on movies? And he was just like, how is it not interesting? A lot of the behind the scenes are pretty interesting to the human self. And don't get me started on VO. As soon as my human self found out that there are voice actors behind every character, he would go so far as to compare teachers that he has to looking like the characters, the people who voice the characters. And even at that point, the people didn't understand what my human self was talking about. But it feels like for a long time my human self was on further in the book than others he was with or around. I suppose if you're not close to the relative or don't have interest that much up with it, then it's understandable not to be bothered. Yeah. But here's the thing. It was at a introduction to class day, and that was their one cool fact. Tell us one cool fact about yourself. And they said, oh, well, my relative worked on Jurassic Park. My human self. Oh, that's cool. Tell me more about it. Later, that happened, and they were like, oh, why do you care? Doesn't matter. So either they, maybe they, I don't know. Still trying to figure out. I feel like we're both still trying to figure out people on that in real life dimension that Shatter's talking about. Likely want to know. Yep. You're likely to want to know more. I thought fog was strong against grass, but I don't know. Maybe that's later. Or maybe Oddish has something else, some other... Maybe the Oddish is poison grass, who knows? Well, I mean, in Bulbapedia, probably not, but I don't know, it's kind of too chill and not really caring too much about that particular stat boost or debuff to look it up right now. I mean, I asked the friend I mentioned stuff, but he gives me non-answers because he likes winding me up. Yeah. I can see that. So you worked on Private Ryan, Saving Private Ryan? Did you ever meet Tom Hanks? Hey, you know, I'm kind of thirsty. I'm gonna go ahead and go do something else for just a minute. He did? Okay, well at least he gave you the answer there. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh. Oh, about Tom Hanks. You're interested in playing this video game right now? That to me would be the non-answers. Well, I'm just saying it back and forth between you two. That would be their answer. Yep. So how did insert subject here happen? Me. Well, it would be something completely unrelated to what I asked to do with the answer. Or let me phrase it a bit more in character. Well, it would be something completely unrelated to what I asked. Did you like that answer? Him. Yep. Sounds like the kind of situation it would be. Trying to get a straight answer from him is near impossible. make the joke. I will. You know, not everyone will give straight answers. Some people like curvy answers, some people like answers that go both ways. Sometimes he does grace me with a small nugget of an answer, but as I have said, he likes to wind you up. Yep. Winding up. Just so long as that wind up actually makes contact with the bat, is what's important. Or winding up that Jack in the Box so that the Jack in the Box pops out is important. Not da dun da dun da 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 dun. So anyway, you want to play a video game or something? It's oftentimes actually how people in fiction talk quite often, and why there are so many like plot issues sometimes, because people don't give on point answers. They always just like leave it off and let it be to the interpretation. You did start giving a taste of his own medicine after a few months of knowing him. Well, if they learn from their own medicine, then that's good. And just adds up, we will be going into commercial break pretty soon. That ad starting soon thing. Okay, there we go. We'll be right back. So, couple, you were part of a raid when you joined the channel at first. Question for you. Do you remember who was the raiding party leader to raid my channel? Like, whose channel raided off mine? Okay. I was curious about how you knew that streamer's content. If you also were, so I will tell you, the person who you were watching and they raided off to me, and you specifically said, "Oh, I was part of that raid party that just joined you." That was Mr. Dummy NL. So, like, do you have a... Okay, give me a moment. Be right back. In regards to Mr. Dummy, one of your friends rated him at the time. You had a girlfriend that lived in the NL, so you wanted to learn the language. You stuck around watching their streams after you broke up because you enjoyed the community they were part of, HOH/Dev, and how they interacted in VR chat. He's actually one of your longest subscriptions. Welcome back again, LL. And L equals Netherlands. Okay, I didn't know what... that entire time I didn't know what the NL was. Honestly. Let me go ahead and really quick backtrack. So what I was just doing was, in order for the conversions to work, my human self and I have to be tied to a certain extent of playing the same game. In order for me to be able to broadcast to the chatter dimension. They have family that has a dog that does that particular family member doesn't take the best care of the dog, so the dog is often put into the house that my human self lives at. So that's another reason why they have to take their medication, and I need to make sure that they're doing okay while they're doing that. And if they need to go out to do something else, I can't be broadcasting as well. So it's just a difficulty. So they were doing that. They were gonna go ahead and ask you coupled it. I mean, we were gonna go ahead and ask you if you were HOH yourself, but then while taking that dog out and me sitting in my room, the room that I'm at right now, broadcasting this, we thought about it, and we thought, well, how could they be when they told us before, while we were playing Mario Kart, everything sounds fine. So, that was a good question. We will be broadcasting for a little longer to make up for the time that we had to take care of that dog. So, okay. Just out of curiosity, purely out of curiosity. Can't say your eyesight is 20/20, however. Well, I mean, you did get a 2DS, so. And I'm still in my 30s, so I can still be a pain in the butt. But yeah, I found out about Mr. Dummy NL because of Rabbit VTuber, RABBIT VTuber, or a Benoy VTuber in Puck. So,
not come here to be called out on your, perhaps at the time, poor choices. LOL. Thank you for that, Pat. I know. I just didn't know exactly where to go with that one. One of my instant responses was, "Oh, really? And where do you usually go?" Usually you go hang out with your single brain cell friend group, LOL. Many poor choices are made there. You are baiting me, I feel like. You are baiting me so hard to ask a question, but I'm not going to. Yes, you are. Which, at this point, with how many times I've asked different viewers the same question, I doubt it's true, but either way, you did say things about being... There is a total of 5 of us in total, and we tend to have a similar train of thought. Got a nugget. You also take turns being the brain cell holder. This is an 8-rated game, stop baiting me so hard. Crowell is trying to learn Leaf Blade. One of the moves that I remember most, now as soon as it's said that I did in fact teach Scrovile, like, you don't really think of Hydro Pump until you think of Blastoise and it learning Hydro Pump. And I want Absorb because I could probably get a Giga Drain later. And I can keep him. Quick attack. So do I? Nope. So 5 of you, huh? 5 of you in your friend group. That you all share the same brain cell. Okay. You... 5 of you. Paradoxically, 2 of them are actually really smart, but also extremely dumb. So I'm being watched by... What I'm thinking, if I'm not just being put on with numbers here, is that I am being watched by a culmination of people. They like they could build a whole house but forget to put a roof on it. If you like it, then you gotta put a roof on it. If you like it, then you gotta put a roof on it. I gotta calm down because I have had people join and me get my hopes up, and no, I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it. Thank you for hanging out today. You were the last member to join the group. And you're also the oldest, LOL. Well, you not then who... Which you get reminded of on a nearly daily basis. Do you ever like feel your vein through your eye? Like on my left eye. And I'm I'm guessing this is true about my human self because we have similar medical like things. I feel like this like heartbeat kind of pump on my left eye occasionally. Not exactly sure what that is, but also happy to be here. Look, I'll be completely real with you. Got a couple carp. I don't know what I was about to call you. If it wasn't for you, this entire Let's Play that I'm doing today would probably have been me just listening to music and not talking at all. So I appreciate that. And, Grovyle is hurt by poison. Yeah. Let's go take this from Zigzagoon. Item, take. I mean, I'm getting like really good stuff in Zigzagoon here. But yeah, I don't know the feel myself personally. My human self knows the feel of being one of the oldest in the group because of where they are currently working. You know you don't always talk when... Okay, let me just read it verbatim. I know I don't always talk when I manage to catch a stream. Usually due to playing something myself, but it's nice having someone to talk to. Yeah. Exactly. As much as I enjoy music while I'm just like grinding out levels for the Pokemons, getting distracted in a good way by a chatter will always be preferred. And I was kind of thinking that there would be a bot that just shows up and says something along the lines of, if you'd like more viewers, go ahead and click on this. But then I make the joke of, yes, I said in a good way. In a good way to be distracted, not in a advertisement bot thing. But I have blocked enough of those, I think. Knock wood. Sadly, one of your friends who streams suffers from loneliness, and when the viewer count is low and nobody talks, it really makes them feel terrible. Yeah, I'll be honest. Let me get ready for making people feel old here. And just a contrast, because I can't really speak on behalf of your friend. I don't know them personally. I'm just saying in contrast. When I was younger, I learned how to record through a device similar to the VHS and take blank tapes, record footage of me playing Let's Plays, basically. Because some days my parents, well, yeah, I guess this happens to all kids. So, my parents said no video games. But they would be fine with me like watching things and stuff like that, just not playing video games because I was on punishment or something like that. So I would go ahead and watch on the VCR my footage of me playing the video games. So that is how commit to the bit I am with the streaming. I was the only one watching those. And I would bring over the VHS tapes to family members' houses whenever they were supposed to take care of making sure I wasn't home alone and stuff like that. And the closest to anyone actually watching those videos back then was me asking older family members, okay, so there's this thing that happens with Sora, and so he goes ahead and he fights this character, and I was wondering, like, what do you think of him hitting this character with a giant key? Is there some, like, thing that, like, because you're, to quote Olaf, because you're old and thus all-knowing, is there anything that you know about, like, him hitting, like, this character with a key? Is that something like something that I don't understand yet? Please tell me this, like, and then, like, when he goes ahead and makes a giant keyhole up here, is that something? But I'd be gaming anyway, so it honestly helps me to feel like there's more of a purpose. Yes. Yes. It makes me feel like there's more of a purpose to my video gaming, aside from entertaining myself. If I can just live stream it or record it and then put it into, like, YouTube later. it's the same thing. It's just society has finally caught up to what I was doing when I was a kid. You're only one person, but you enjoy your gaming. Thank you for clarifying. Interesting, well. You will also say you prefer smaller streamers because they appreciate the people who watch in chat. I feel like all streamers appreciate it. It's just, unfortunately, compared to the bigger streamers who can barely there you go. Compared to the bigger streamers who can barely keep up with chat. Especially if there are spammers in the chat that, like, say the same thing as part of a mental, like, bee nest. But I appreciate the effort of anyone who would go ahead and go out of the way to make sure that even though there are a lot of spammers within the chat, they very much focus in on the ones that are not just saying the same thing just to say the same thing. So. You do have a streamer or two on your, again, I'm just going to do this on verbatim. I do have a streamer or two on my list that has triple number viewers, but that number of viewers that I watch when nobody. I do have a streamer or two on my list that has triple number of viewers that I watch when nobody. I would regularly watch is streaming, but I would watch like 6 people regularly. So here's the thing, I know what happened there. You were typing out a message, and you got into another message, and you pressed enter on both, and they have average 15 viewers. Oh, when a nobody.
Okay, that's it. Okay. I do have a streamer or two on my list that has triple number of viewers that I watch. But a nobody I would regularly watch is streaming, but I watch like 6 people regularly, and they have at average 15 viewers. Trying to figure out that conjoined sentence though. Full hill on a good day. Yeah. I mean, I probably wouldn't be playing the same game, and I feel like streaming does help me to play, I mean, keep in mind, like, don't just put it down and never play it again. Let's play this all the way through. Because you introduced this thing, let's find out how it ends. So if the 6 I would regularly watch aren't streaming, I would watch the bigger ones, but I tend to have those at background noise. But you tend to have those at background noise to something else you're doing. Okay. You said you're like, UK, right? If I remember correctly, because of the timing and stuff like that. Mr. Dummy would be one of those 6. Hello. Huh. Okay. UK in your guys' dimension is... Hold on, let me look it up. Okay. Alright. Your way of typing isn't exactly correct. It's okay, awkwardly, if I don't type out the way my brain says it, I forget what it is I'm trying to say. Hey, same. See, this kind of of stuff that I send some streamers. And they kind of have to decipher it, or their mods do. Synchronize makes Minin, also paralyzed. Which sucks because you went to college and ended up with a good English literature qualification. Yeah, but what is college really? It's that thing that people in your dimension, like it's like a school thing, right? But this was back when you used your brain. Coupled, are you a streamer too? Well, your grades were on the low end, but that was mainly due to you not trying. Well, that was my experience of hearing what happened with my human self throughout high school. So, you went to college to get better grades years later. The same with my human self. They went to community. Then they went to a university to get their degrees. Fusion. I actually wanted to be a teaching assistant while at college due to getting a taste for it during lessons. My human self wanted to become an elementary school, an elementary school teacher. And apparently, the economy doesn't favor teachers in the Shadow Dimension. So they were told that fizzled out, though, unfortunately. Yeah. For my human self, the teacher's assistant thing was actually the teacher's assistant was not a paid position or anything. It was a you get credits for towards your academic grade on finishing high school. So it was always students. Curlia is trying to learn Psychic, but Curlia can't learn more than 4 moves. Delete a move to make room for Psychic? Yes, probably.
Grell would be a good choice, I think. 1, 2, and poof. Curlia forgot Grell, and Curlia learned Psychic. So I'm guessing in the Chatter dimension that you live within the United Kingdom, the teaching assistant is a like more than just a hey, I want to graduate high school and I need so much credits. It works differently here. It is a paid job, but I think mostly it's helping kids, whereas I wanted to work with adults, which was also a thing, but not as common. So like a teacher's assistant for like college. Curlia. Psychic. Okay. College teaching assistant. It's not like I haven't heard of that, but the teaching assistant position is something that you also need to be a substitute teacher at the same time. Wildmanen appeared. Curlia. Psychic. So again, we will be going till the next commercial break because my human self needed to take out their dog, their family's dog. So, yeah. Psychic. Super effective. MPP. Okay. When I started the English class, the teacher we had was ill. So for several weeks, I wasn't tested to see what level I was working at, i.e., barely literate. But when he did appear, I was tested, and he ended up telling me I could have taken the grading exam at any point due to how well I tested. I asked him to let me stay on and help out with the ones that struggled, and he was happy with me doing that. Oh, commercial break. But hey, couple, guess what? You're a subscriber, so you don't even need to worry about that. Let's talk about this. Congratulations on the teacher allowing you to help out and everything. You scored high, congratulations. And the highest out of everyone in the class. So I am a genius viewer. Interesting. Not so much now. Well, I'm sure the genius is still there. Just a couple muscles that you haven't worked out possibly as much. Depends on the subject, lol. I don't know if that's foreboding to read the lol part outside, but I mean, out of, you know. Anyway. Well, not everyone's good at everything. If you want Warhammer lore, I got you. Hey, my slots me my well, I've called her before my VR mom. But my VR mom is big on Warhammer too. So I personally don't know much about it. But that'll be more to talk about in the future, I guess. For right now, though, let's go we'll battle battle anyone on our way to the Pokemon Center, Corellia. Heal over Pokemon. And pick it up tomorrow. Same time. Luckily my human self does not have to work tomorrow. So there's a good chance, for anyone keeping track, that if it says 2 o'clock on the schedule, there's a pretty good chance that they are either, well, that they aren't working that day. So the duplicities of the dimensional mechanic within their dimension and my dimension will still think within the same synchronization so that I can broadcast. Sorry, it's a lot of technical language. Basically, so long as they aren't busy, I can still stream out into your dimension. And thus I'll have be able to do content and stuff like that. For right now, though, you damned some of the Warhammer stuff. Yes, and couple do know where to find me from Discord. So, for everyone else, thank you very much for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you all on... Let's look at that calendar. I said it earlier, I believe, but tomorrow at 2 with some more Pokemons. But yeah, thanks for watching. I'll see you all tomorrow, and look forward to seeing you all then. For right now, though, let's go ahead and find someone to raid off to. Take it easy, Slots. Rest well and much loves. Thank you for the hearts. Take it easy, coupled. Rest well and much loves to you as well. And you'll try to be there. I will appreciate it. But if you have something else that you need to do, or, you know, it's okay. Yay, yay, yes, 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 yes. Oh, she's streaming. Oh, she is streaming, so let's go ahead and raid off to them. Alright, so Ari is playing, thank you for the headpats coupled. Ari is going to be playing with someone whose voice is cursed to be in every game that they play for all eternity, that whenever they find an attractive character, they end up having that same friend of theirs voice that character, and it's so awkward. So please give love and support to Ari and Sayu. And I'll see you all tomorrow. Later.
Hello everyone and welcome to Trico Tuesday, where we will be playing Pokemon Ruby in just a few moments. For right now, we're going to let people know that we're streaming and we'll be right back. Alright, let's get to the leveling up of Pokemon. Testing. Of course. Give me one moment. Testing. Alright.
Hello, couple. I'm doing well. How are you? A little tired, but otherwise okay. Okay, otherwise. Fusion. Fusion. Pokemon. 6 seconds. Big. By the way, I do remember you talking about all EVs yesterday and leveling up and all that kind of stuff. And I was thinking about that while I was leveling up here. And I don't think anything past, well, I mean, I'm thinking about, like, if I ever would pick, like, these games up for, like, a more of a challenge later, but, like, I don't know, a randomizer for fun, that would probably be as close to it as, like, would get. Every time I raid off to someone on that stream playing Pokemon, they're like, "Oh, you're playing a Nuzlocke? Playing difficulty setting?" I'm like, "No, I'm playing a game. Trying to go through the story, and then when I get to the credits, that's the end of the game." And I do know what a Nuzlocke is, but like. Somewhat like it's just a the original thing wasn't exciting enough, so we need to add in added things to make it more difficult, like releasing a Pokemon. Yeah, but like I don't know, releasing a member of your team doesn't necessarily make sense story-wise, in my opinion, unless it's actually a story-based event, like, say, for example, if we were to stumble across a group of Raltses who needed a parental figure, and then Perlia has evolved to their next form. I don't know, that would be something kind of like that. No, I'm not going to say it again. I would never play a modded version of Pokemon or anything like that. I definitely would. I think I'd want it to be modded more for story than anything else. Or just for randomizer for the lulz. Just it being funny as heck to see, like, congratulations, you got to Viridian Forest. Here's a Zapdos. Or something like that, you know. like, this is baseline Pokemon, like, how I believe it's supposed to go, and then randomizer is like comedy version. I mean, there's nothing wrong with playing the base game as is. Thank you. You know what would be really interesting is a more lore-heavy mod for like the beginner, the original generations, one for like either the Game Boy or Game Boy Advance ones. That would be interesting, I think. That's one of the things that I think that, like, I did play Arceus on stream. That's one of the things that Arceus, I think, has going for it, is so much story content. Now, does it always make sense? That could be debated and definitely discussed and no, but is it more story? Yeah. Do I think that Pokemon? Well, I have no idea if like Sword and Shield or Scarlet and Violet have more story going for them. I'd imagine so, because they got rid of so many Pokemon models and stuff when it was released, so I'd imagine that they'd have more room to put in story. That's one of the things I remember hearing about those later games and stuff. And if you're thinking about transferring your game, your Pokemon characters from the original generations, then be careful, because you can't. Because those models don't exist in the game. I know that, like, 1 and 2 were meant to be, it was supposed to be 1 and 2, then that's it. No more. Then 3 came out, Gen 3 came out. Never understood why they made it that way, to be honest. I will ask for clarification on it, because I went from a lot of different, like, there are a lot of things there. I had all the same Umbreon from Gen 3 all the way to X and Y, but you couldn't do that with Gen 1 or 2 to Gen 3. Yep, because Gen 1 and 2 were supposed to be their own thing, and they saw the money that was coming in from Pokemon, and they were like, no,
No, we can't. We can't just stop it too. Okay, well, if we're going to go ahead and keep going, what's the one thing? So I've heard. What's the one thing that people dislike about Gen 2? Oh, it was so too cutesy. There was too many cute Pokemon, and not enough like strong, tough Pokemon. They all. So we need to make Pokemon with more like edge to it. You know, instead of having like a unicorn, a tiger, and a lion, let's go ahead and start off with a T-Rex and a whale. Yeah, and then we'll add in like this snake thing that flies. Replaying Gold and Crystal, the one thing that I have an issue with is the fact that, unlike Gen 3, you have so many Pokemon from the start that are just Gen 1 Pokemon, and you can't really get into the Gen 2 Pokemon until later on, which that's one of the things I'm discovering about this generation, is that I'm glad that they're doing so many original Pokemon. Because I really wanted a Murkrow in Crystal or Gold. Okay, give me a moment. Thinking a certain application is starting in the background. Nope. Okay, well, find up crashing, then just adds up here, I guess. Because when I was playing Far Cry 3, it started to slow down a bit. Super effective. But yeah, they kind of, the reason why they remade Pokemon Red and Pokemon Green for the States, for the Game Boy Advance, was because they kind of, they kind of dropped the ball on whether it can connect with the Game Boy Color, Game Boy versions, and two, well, releasing it again but with better graphics is, you know, pretty good for money. So, again, my own personal thoughts on the matter, don't quote me, but they only had kind of thought from Red and Green all the way through Crystal. You can still, I'm pretty sure there's ways you can still transfer Pokemon from, like, Gen 1 all the way till the new game. yeah, maybe the new games, but like you'd have to use Pokemon Home. You need to do certain glitchy ways to do it. It did like that. I did like that. They went back to the previous gen, being 1 and 2, and made them again. Oh, I did too. Because by that time it was a new adventure. It felt like a new adventure and everything. And I do remember playing a lot of one of the remakes for Gen 1. I'm not going to say which one, because I wanted to be a secret surprise. Based on my human counterparts' decisions of which game they bought. Will be what we'll do from Gen 1 all the way till... But although they skipped Unova, they did pick up X and Y, and oop. Give me a moment. All right. They also picked up Hawaii. They didn't get Ultra Hawaii, but we've made a list of the games that they and I would have probably picked up, or the ones that we didn't pick up. We were pretty amazed by this generation. That's one of the main reasons why we did, in fact, get Ruby, get Pokemon Ruby. Wild Electric Period, go Corellia. Like it. And I will say the next generation, might say it then, but I'll say it now. The next generation's worth of Pokemon was more them going to high school and people saying, "Oh, you want to fit in? You gotta get the newest Pokemon, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. You gotta get that one." Quite a few years before becoming a streamer, they and I played through Gen 1, Gen 2, Gen 3, 3, Gen 4, and stop before 5 again. We don't have anything against Generation 5. Congratulations, Victoria evolved into Gardevoir. Summary. Synchronize. Modest nature. It just, after playing through Generation 1 through 4, got boring. We just decided no. But that's why I'm glad that we became a streamer, because we can go ahead and it adds a bit of an element of like, why are we doing this? Oh yes, to share our Let's Play experience with those who are watching. And I will agree that I feel like if they did not master in making the Generation 1 through this generation's remake titles, they definitely did that later on. Despite what people might feel, Let's Go was very enjoyable. It looks better than any other game of Pokemon I've seen. And I don't... Yeah, I think enough said for now. In fact, I will say, I was so excited about Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee that I felt like they definitely should have made Pokemon Let's Go Suicune, Suicune, and Pokemon Let's Go Umbreon. And I've said that during the Metal Gear Acid Let's Play. Hasn't happened, and because fans are so wrong, let's just say that, and I'm a streamer, so it's my opinion, but I have the right to be right. So, because fans are so wrong with whether or not Pokemon Let's Go was a good game or not, a lot of them said no. We probably won't ever end up with Pokemon Let's Go Suicune and Pokemon Let's Go Umbreon.
And instead we will end up at Pokemon Sword, Shield, Violet, Scarlet, and keep going with that kind of stuff. Because that's what the fans demand, is that kind of gameplay and not let's go. You could say, oh, it was a one-off side game. Sure, you could say that. At the same time, then why the heck did they base it on Pokemon Special Edition Yellow? And not just like something out of the box like a Pokemon channel or a Pokemon Pinball or Pokemon Let's Have Cameras, Pokemon Snap. That's what I like about the side games, is more out of the box thinking. Pokemon Dash, I haven't played it, but I think the concept is pretty cool. Let's see how fast Pokemon are. Why not? Pokemon Let's Go Fishing, it was a Carnival exclusive title. A Pokemon theme park exclusive title. Why couldn't that have been a thing for more than that? Like, yes, there is the... You go to the side. You put out your fishing line. Nothing. Or, you got a bite. But no, they had a full-on, like, fishing game. And they only released it for one carnival event. By the way, this entire time I've not found a single shiny, so... I found more shinies from not, like, going to a place and trying to level up. When you were in high school, a family friend ended up bringing a game that was titled as Pokemon. Pokemon Jade, which turned out to be this weird ROM hack. I'm familiar. Create a character through the Gen 1 through Gen 3, I can't remember exactly what, but back then, editions of the game. If I remember correctly. That could be Pokemon Nuclear or Pokemon Jade or something like that. I don't remember. I remember the overall thing of that, and I remember that Nintendo said no.
believe more. I believe strongly that not just Nintendo said no, but the Pokemon Company was what really said no. Looking back at how things have turned out with the two companies. It had a pretty good story. Like, I didn't play it, but from what I heard, it had a pretty good story. You could create a character. There was like different generation Pokemon. There were generation Pokemon that weren't on that generation yet. ROM hacks are becoming better than the official releases. From what I've heard, I could play. Hey, tomorrow I could play Pokemon Jade and Pokemon Scarlet Violet and say, oh, well, I was wrong on that. But from what I've heard, I played through Pokemon Arceus and I played through Pokemon Fusions, and I can tell you the Fusions outside of initial design of like it not being 3D, much better game. Take away the looks of it. No, I'm not saying fan created. Okay, well, give me a moment. Well, Jade had little to do with Pokemon. The only thing it had in common was the turn-based combat and a party of 6, but instead of using balls to contain them, you called them by phone, and they would swap with the active creature. None of the creatures were actually Pokemon. I think you might be thinking of something else. Either that, or it was a ROM hack of another game. Okay, so historically, from watching what I have of different Pokemon fan-made creations on YouTube, I have heard of something very similar, but it was a fan-created mod game, and Well, anyway, the thing is, for whatever reason, they've updated Streamlabs to be everything of every computer that I could possibly use with the processing and everything. So I can't really look at things too much on certain days because it decides, I want all the processing power, everything that you got. I'm just gonna say that sounds a lot like a fan game from a Japanese cell phone game that was translated into English, and again, I can't back up the sources right now because Streamlabs kind of stinks. So this is memory reflex from what I've seen on YouTube. And you already said it was a fan creation. But yeah, there was like this something Mon or something like that. And it wasn't Pokemon, but it was like a rip-off version of Pokemon. Not Digimon, not Monster Rancher, Monster Hunter, but something else having to do with similar concept as two of those three. You know, none of the creatures were actual Pokemon. I think I read that already. I love Google. It's so completely useful now. I remember back in the day, when I was younger, forgive me, old boomer talk back in the day, but I remember back when I was younger, how I could search up anything and the results would help me. Now, I find nothing of what I am actually looking up. familiar with what you're talking about. I haven't played it myself, but it was a bootleg version of Pokemon that started out as a Japanese title. And I've heard about it through, I believe, the Juno Gaming. There's a reason why I check things through ChatGPT now and not through Google. Because I can ask a question and it will say, "Oh, did you mean this?" Just like it used to be as easy as it was for Google back in the day, but I'll be honest, not all the answers are correct from ChatGPT. It has misled me a couple times, but overall, 85% of the time, it gets it correct. So it knows how to ask Google how Google can understand things now. A lot of people from the 90s thought that Y2K, the year 2000 in technology, and all the corporations would go downhill, and we're looking at some of the creatures from the bootleg / ROM hack, and you actually recognize some of them even now, 25 years later. What is the name of it? Because I am interested in finding out what the name of it is, and I can Google it, but Google will be like, "Oh, did you mean Pokemon Go? You got Pokemon cell phone, Pokemon Go, that's it. It's gotta be 25 pages of Pokemon Go. 25 results of Pokemon Go. That's what it is. Pokemon Go, right? Pokemon Go." No. The actual name for it is Kaitai Denju Telepeng. Thank you. Yes. I remembered it being like, I remember there's something being like Telefang in the name of it. Aside from that, it's been a while since I've heard that name. Again, never played myself, but and I know I was talking good about Pokemon Let's Go. They use similar technologies, Go and Let's Go. But in my mind, ever since they let Gen 3 into Go, it's been going slowly downhill. And that's where we are today, is Google recognizing Pokemon cell phone of Pokemon Go. tempted to find a version of this and play it again. Hey, honestly, heck, I'm not getting sponsored by Pokemon. Enjoy. If I mean, definitely want to like point you in the right direction of where you can find some good sources for it. Definitely don't have your Discord to like definitely help you if you need any help with finding sources for things like that. No. I think it is Pokemon Nuclear that I was thinking of. Which was the game that was on the ROM sites, and Pokemon, the company, said, no, we can't do that. Sit here for a moment while we wait for that. Well, no. I guess we could just leave this Pokemon Center and get ready for Pokemon the commercial break. Nope, I did not mean to go into the store. Alright, give me a moment.
So, I don't blame the Pokemon Company completely on the decisions that were made for the newer games. There are so many people that they, well, at least they say that there's people that believe that the new games, and not like the ones that should be made, that the fan creations are pointing at, like, why didn't you do this? There are people out there that feel like the main games, the decisions that are being made are the right ones. And they're out of the company. They're not part of the company. They're the ones who are like vocal about it and saying, well, naturally you shouldn't have let's say, naturally you shouldn't have Pokemon Brilliant Diamond look like Pokemon Let's Go. You should have it be like Legend of Zelda toy creations. So that's what should happen, because we believe that's better. I don't really think it's actually going to be me. That we should use. Yes. And look, I get it to a certain other person who I look up to. The decisions that I'm saying align with theirs, but it isn't because that it is their opinion on things that makes my opinion be what it is. I also have these opinions. I am just less vocal about it until it comes up. Playing a Pokemon game, and we get into the topic of fan-made games, and I end up going out and saying something along the lines of, from what I've heard, all the new games are not as good as the fan-made games that are coming out. Now, look, it is okay if, personally, you like your Pokemon games to look like they are from a preschool toy box, but I'm a streamer. I'm gonna say my opinions. That isn't what I want. Not what I want. I'd like full on
characters, not like little... It worked back in the day because we didn't have the technology to do full-on characters. When although we were asking for that kind of thing. When I was a kid and Pokemon Stadium came out, Pokemon Stadium 2 came out, we would talk in the on the school's playground, and they would start saying that you would be able to play Pokemon games remade, and they looked full body, like you could see all of the whole body, like it looks like in Let's Go, or even Arceus, or even the newer games. But if you're gonna remake the games, go with the art style and go with that Let's Go polish. Also, this isn't the 1980s anymore. Sure. Yeah, I'll get on that soapbox. And it was something that was brought up for Animal Crossing. Let us wear whatever we want, and don't discriminate based on the concepts of gender. If we want to wear a certain hairstyle, or anything like that, or a certain clothing item, I say go. Hey, if Disney Dreamlight Valley can go ahead and do that, Pokemon you sure as heck can do so too. And Disney's been doing it since the 3DS days, so. To find out in Pokemon Legends Arceus that there was clothing that was exclusive for the gender, now I'm thinking when Pokemon Zidguard comes out, I know this states the video, apologize about that, but still, when Pokemon Zidguard comes out and they say, oh, by the way, you can change your clothing, it's fully customizable, it's cool. Hey, but also make sure it doesn't discriminate on gender for what we can wear. I doubt the Pokemon company is watching this, but then again, I was experiencing frame drops when I was talking about the negative practices of Pokemon. So, you know, they could. Who knows?
But I guess, you know, I do... I guess this is the hot takes episode. I'll say that, because... it's not very often that I talk that much, or let myself say, no, company, this is how it should be, because this is the year, this, and not in the past. Rain feels like it's swimming through fog. Oh, let me know if it gets to be too much of an issue, and I'll try to throw you a life preserver. I don't know what the life preserver would be, but you know, I could probably find something out. Not through Google. But I was also talking about how when I was younger, in the 90s, we all thought that technology, you're going to make some tea and find something to eat. Good idea. I'm just gonna say this point here though. Back in the 90s, we all thought that in the year 2000, all technology would be broken. All the companies would go downhill. And a lot of that didn't happen then. But a lot of companies and a lot of technology have gotten worse ever since COVID. So maybe it wasn't Y2K, maybe it was wait to see. Now, I'm not saying all companies are bad, or all technology has gotten worse. I'm just saying that, we are in a different time, and we were fresh off of Y2K. Technology. I know. I personally, it was as an up point to after COVID. I started streaming after COVID, and actually got better internet after that. So that's a plus. add that to that side of the list. Everything that's gone strange with the world since around COVID. Yeah. Go dust stocks. And if anyone is saying anything along the lines of, hey, Slots, you live in the VTubing dimension, why aren't you talking about this thing? I do a yearly annual review, and so long as I remember that next year, I will throw my opinions in there at that time. Welcome back, couple. Curious if you could hear me while you were making tea and finding something to eat. Decided you wanted to pause that. Okay. Heard some of it? Okay. Wireless head. Yep, I had a feeling. Wireless headset doesn't like you being in the kitchen. I had a feeling you were wearing a wireless headset. That just came up with a pretty good idea. I'm gonna go ahead and write that one down. pretty good idea. I don't know if it will actually go into anything, but based on what I was just talking about, yeah, I got a pretty good idea there, I think. You have ideas, but you wouldn't call them good ones. I'm sure you have good ideas too. Should come with hazard lights. Well, I mean, a hazard light is a light bulb, so. At least you come up with your own ideas. Come up with ideas. That's good. You know? Yeah. Your last good idea was get a cat. That was 3 years ago. Did you get a cat? He's made me second guess that idea a few times. So you said that you made pasta. Now you're talking about a cat that's made you second guess getting a cat. Yesterday was Monday. Is it an orange cat? It's mainly when he jumps on you when you're asleep. Yeah, I think I've seen that that comic strip a couple times. No, he's dark brown / black furred. Okay. Dustox is taking a bit to level up, but we're on the last level at least. Until we fight Magnemite, Magneton. And if it doesn't work by level 30 and they're level 24 at most, there might be just a tiny issue of not having the right team. But if Bunt can get past the Elite Four, I'm sure that I could probably get through the third gym. He has a habit of checking on you. He has a habit of checking on me in my my sleep. He wakes me up every time he does it to see if I'm still breathing by sticking his face right in mine and then laying next to me while using his paws to gently touch my face. I'm a dog boy. It is adorable for the half of a second before my face becomes a mess from the paws. Yeah. So hazard lights, huh? Usually my lip or the edge of my nose is where he goes. Cats have always, like, confused me. Like, especially from the Chatter Dimension. Cats are confusing. But, you know, at the very least, coupled, you know that you saved an animal from the pound. So, there's that. You saved an animal's life, so that, you know, hey, good on you. And it's not like it's clawing you maliciously. It's just as you said, checking on you while you're sleeping. So it was actually a gift from my sister. Your sister. Okay. Yeah. Well, at least your sister saved an animal from the pound. So there's that. There's that, right? So, you know, you, by taking care of it, you're saving a life of a creature, so that, you know, hey, that's something that they, you know, can't be taken away from you. So good on you for that.
was dropped off here, he was no bigger than my hand from the tip of my middle finger to the start of my wrist. They're the most top Tomcat. Level 30. There we go. Okay. Pokemon Gym Leader, we are going to battle you now. Item. Take. Teleport. He used to actually fall asleep on your desk in front of your keyboard when he was that small. My VR daughter also has a cat. Who is fascinated every time they see my stream. So, yeah, there we go. Gym. Alright, so we are going to skip the dialogue for this gym leader. First part, at the very least. We have started off with Zigzagoon. I will save. Override, yes. Okay. Magnemite. Go Zigzagoon. Fight. Mud Sport. Electricity's power was weakened. Underway. Paralyzed. So that's okay because we are going to swap out for our Dustox. Of course, it isn't because everything is super weak against steel in this for whatever reason. Not very effective. There you go. Get confused. Oh, Magnemite is confused. Sonic Boom. Paralyzed, it can't move. Pokemon. Mightyena. Diana, if you could actually attack, that would be really great right now. That would be really great if you could attack. No? No, again, third time in a row. You know, what? Why would you attack? I don't, you know, that's okay. Paralyzed again, because of course you can't have you know, any Pokemon attack ever in this. Eating the mic. Magneton has gone. He's gone. Grovyle. Good job. Diana. Good job. Use Magnemite. Slot change Pokemon. Yes, I will. 2. Gardevoir. Not very effective. It is effective enough to go ahead and defeat Magnemite. That's all I need. About to use Voltorb. Will slot change Pokemon. Yes, I will. I am pretty sure that Voltorb will use Self-Explosion. So, we just throw in the ones that are already weakened.
it to self-explode and then it to not actually cause any damage. I'm looking forward to that outcome. Paralyzed. Synchronized made Voltorb paralyzed. Use Psychic. Whatever. Crit. And you are down. And finally at level 30... Fine, I lost. You ended up giving me a thrill. Take this badge. Slots got 2,300 for winning. Hey, after 10 more levels than I started with, Slots received the Dynamo badge from Watson. With the Dynamo badge, Pokemon can use Rock Smash out of battle, and it will make your Pokemon a little bit faster too. You should take this too. Obtained the TM34. Slots put away the TM34 and the TMs in HM's pocket. At TM34, there contains Shockwave. It's a trustworthy move that never misses. You can count on it. Alright, so, oh wait, some of our Pokemon evolved, so I don't know how that happened. I'm going to pretend that, you know, we didn't spend 2 or 3 episodes completely on evolving just to get past the gym leader. Alright. Out of 111 to Malville City. I challenged the Windstreet family, but 4 matches in a row is tough. Going, they destroyed me. Oh yeah. Well, let's see here if I can type Peter Griffin here. Hello. I take it you're a traveler. How's this? What do you say to taking on our family of 4 in a series of Pokemon battles? That's the spirit. I like it. Windstreet Victor. Windstreet Victor would like to battle. Windstreet Victor sent out Hello. Big Rovile. It's not even... At this point I just kind of feel bad. We are so advanced cycles because of those Magnemite and Magneton. Does Slots change Pokemon? No, I don't think so. But thank you for the nice comment. Player defeated Windstreet Victor. You're a lot tougher than I expected. Slots got 320 for winning. Heyo, I found a pretty strong stranger. Oh my goodness, aren't you young? You must be quite the trainer to beat my husband, though. It's my turn to battle now. Windstreet Victoria would like to battle. Windstreet Victoria sent out Roselia. Go Rovile.
last one it mixed this kid up with the Pikachu and the kid was in the Pokeball.
Oh gosh, I can't get over how strong you are.
Slots got 340 for winning.
There's a strong trainer here. There's one's really strong. You're stronger than Mommy? Wow. But I'm strong too. Really. Honestly.
Straight VV would like to battle. And straight send out Meryl. Rovile. Super effective. Numel. Developer. Super effective. And straight BB is about to use Shroomish. We'll touch your Pokemon yet. Back to Grovile. Pursuit. Player defeated win straight BB.
Huh? Did I just lose?
Slots got 300 for winning.
This stinks. Renwa.
Shut up, Meg.
How dare you make our granddaughter cry? For that, I'm going to smack you. Prepare to lose.
No, I was hoping that it would be another kid, but no. Win straight Vicky would like to battle. Vicky sent out Meditite. Go Grovile. Meditite, use Meditate. High jump kick. Okay, you actually defeated a Pokemon. Do a Gardevoir. Psychic. Gardevoir gained 351 experience points. Player defeated went straight Vicky.
Huh? You are strong. My granddaughter was right.
Slots got 360 for winning.
If you're not in any hurry, visit with us a while.
Food is cooked. Let's visit with them for a minute, because I think we'll get something good out of it. And also realized why your head felt funny and missed your meds.
You're the first trainer I've seen who deploys Pokemon so masterfully. What did you tell you? My son is stronger than you. He even took the Pokemon League challenge. I'll have you know. Mommy is stronger than Daddy. I'm stronger than Mommy. And Grandma is stronger than me. And my big brother is even stronger than Grandma. There's no question that you're strong. But if you were to battle my grandson, you'd end up crying in frustration. He's much stronger than any trainer our family knows. He must be challenging the Pokemon League champion by now. Knowing my grandson, he could be the champion already. We use this Macho Brace to more effectively strengthen our Pokemon in training. Since you've beaten our entire family, I don't know if you need it, but we would like you to have our Macho Brace. Obtain the Macho Brace. So let's put away the Macho Brace in the items pocket. So which son? Is it going to be Chris or is it going to be Stewie? Alright. We'll exit, and then we'll go back on that path, and then we'll save and raid off. I believe that's what where we are on timing. Yep, okay. Alright. Save. Yes. Yes. Start, save. So let's save again. Alright. So. Thank you everyone for watching. Have a great night. Stay safe, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow for some Disney Dreamlight Valley. Let me double check on that really quick. Yep. In the meantime, coupled, get your meds. If you can, if it's a thing that you're allowed to do. And you need it. Thanks for the fun stream. Enjoyed hanging out with you. Take care and much loves. Much. I've taken them. LOL. Good. Okay. Alright, everyone. Let's go ahead and find someone to raid off to. And I will see you all tomorrow with that Disney Dreamlight Valley. Thank you for the hearts. We're going to be having some skip frames because, you know, it's, I'm opening up Twitch, and Twitch takes some resources, and Streamlabs can't have everything, so that's why. Twitch is now, not showing anything, anyone viewing, anyone streaming right now. So I kind of just have to. I feel like I just kind of. Okay, well, I can't even talk because they're fighting for resources. It's but I testing, testing. I know I'm probably not coming in through the best quality right now, but I kind of have to just search through people I know of and not people I know are streaming because Twitch refuses to show me anyone who is streaming right now. So oh, oh, I'm hearing. Give me a break with this. I can't see darn thing, but I can definitely hear. I can hear stream. I can't see anyone. Took me a bit, but I've decided on a different. I'm decided on a compromise. Hey, so coupled, you still there? Audio is okay for like 5 seconds, then it goes quiet. Okay. Here's the thing. Coupled. I probably should have asked about this earlier, but I'm gonna ask right now. Um, hey, so anyone you particularly like to raid off would want to raid off to? Because I can't get Twitch to work, so seems like a good a time as any to ask. Okay, that's great. Um, testing. Okay. Uh, okay. So yeah, there is a delay on like the messaging and everything. Um, so I'm gonna give it a couple of minutes for if you have anyone that you'd like to go ahead and find to ride, you're most appreciated. Okay, cool. Now here's the thing. I, I mean, okay, give me a moment. Streamlabs should have never updated since my beginning of this thing. There have been zero helpful updates for Streamlabs that I've noticed since starting this in 2020. Let me get into Discord. Let me get into Discord, and I will ask you something coupled. Because I don't know if my mod has done something. So all right, everyone, we're gonna go ahead and raid off to Mr. MBNL. Please give Mr. Tommy some love and support, and I'll see you all on. Let's see if this works. No. Okay. All right, so please give Mr. MBNL some love and support, and I'll see you all on tomorrow with Disney Dreamlight Valley. Later.